Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Gillis and Vanessa Pene Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
I move approval of the agenda as presented. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten, to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. The agenda passes unanimously, 6-0. And the next item of our agenda is closed session.
I move that we go into closed session to consult with the attorney per General Statute 143-318-11A3.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Tab to go into closed session to consult with the attorney. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously, 6-0. We are now in closed session. Good evening. We are now back in open session. The first item on our agenda tonight is or the next item on our agenda, I should say, is celebrations. Ms. Cooper.
Good evening, Chair Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, DPS colleagues, and Durham community. Welcome back to the 2024-25 school year. We are happy to have our year-round students and our specialty high school scholars back with us, and we eagerly anticipate opening our doors to our traditional school scholars on Monday morning. It's always a pleasure to share recognitions of our students and staff with you each month. This evening, the honorees include participants in the Hank and Billy Super Aaron Young Scholars Research Institute, some exceptional high school scholars from Jordan and Riverside High Schools, the Southern School of Energy and Sustainability boys soccer team, and members of the Letters cohort who completed their training. First, I'd like to ask Dr. Winosa Idahor, Executive Director for Equity Affairs and Program Evaluation, and Keandra Robinson, Equity Leadership and Strategy Coordinator, to come to the podium to introduce our capstone scholars.
Thank you for that, Ms. Cooper, and good evening, Dr. Lewis, DPS board and cabinet members, and to our viewing community. It is my pleasure to present to you participants of the Hank and Billy Super Aaron Young Scholars Summer Research Institute, established through our partnership with the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity. So we have a pretty big group today, as you can see. The program, which has now evolved into a 4-week summer opportunity, was established in 2015 to provide Durham Public School students with the training to enhance their writing, research, and presentation skills. In alignment with our strategic plan and the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center's central mission to foster academic excellence, this program engages scholars in the study of the causes and consequences of social, economic, and political inequity. This year, there are 59 DPS scholars enrolled in the program. We can clap it up for that. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. The program is divided into 2 cohorts. Cohort 1, which is made up of new students to the program who learn the fundamentals of conducting research and exploring various equity issues, culminating in the creation of a poster to highlight their work. Cohort 2 is made up of returning students who continue to advance their research skills, focusing on conducting literature reviews, culminating in a final paper and presentation of their work at the capstone event. Now, during the capstone event, guests are invited and given a tremendous look into the impressive and thoughtful minds of Durham's brightest students as they present their final posters and papers on various social equity issues. So before we recognize our amazing scholars, I would like to invite Ms. Robinson, Ms. Keandra Robinson, our Equity Leadership and Strategy Coordinator, and Dr. Gwendolyn Wright, along with Ms. Kennedy Ruff, to the podium if they would like to share any additional remarks.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, board, and good evening to the scholars. One thing that stands out to me from the program was just being an educator. The number one thing that happens is that we are lifelong learners. And so certainly to the scholars, thank you so much for taking the position of the teacher. We learned so much from you. Thank you for advancing equity. Thank you for representing Durham Public Schools. And we love you. Thank you.
On behalf of the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity at Duke, we are absolutely thrilled for this honor. And we cannot express our gratitude enough for the collaboration between the Durham Public School Systems Equity Office in particular. Dr. Idahor has been just fabulous. This program would not be possible without that leadership. And we look forward to continuing this collaboration in the years to come. We now have students who have transitioned into PhD programs and students who are also now part of Duke University. And so this has just been a tremendous blessing to everyone. And again, we look forward to this tremendous collaboration in the years to come. And I would certainly want to have the coordinator, Ms. Kennedy Ruff, who is also an alum of the program, to kind of share a little bit about what that experience is as she has transitioned from being an alum now into being the coordinator for the program.
This has been an amazing experience for myself. This program opened doors to learn about social equity and research, and it gave me the platform to kind of learn about new things and be confident in speaking and presenting. And so it's amazing to see these students come every summer eager to learn about social equity and research, and they're so passionate about their projects. And so that wouldn't have been able to happen without the amazing DPS teachers, the amazing DPS students, and the amazing DPS leadership.
So we will now recognize our scholars, and those who are present will walk the red carpet to meet our board members. So first, we're going to call cohort 1, so kind of get ready. And then we'll follow up with cohort 2. So first, we have cohort 1, Josephine Babarinlo from J.D. Clement Early College. America Barrera from Riverside High School. Zachary Blizzard from DSA. Kennedy Brazil from Jordan. Bernadine De La Peña, Riverside High School. Madeline Fuentes Velasquez, Northern High School. Celine Gamino, J.D. Clement Early College. Amaya Garcia Cloud, Northern High School. Joshua Gerges, DSA, and please forgive me if I mispronounce your last name. Rosemary Grace Smith, Middle College High School. Lynn Jebby Watt, Northern High School. Cole Jones, Middle College High School. Sophia Lamas, Durham School of Technology. Dante Lawson, Northern High School. Kayla Lewis, Jordan. Amelia Munez, Jordan. Layla Mahoney, Middle College High School. Lila Phillips, Riverside High School. Cameron Pierce, DSA. Yaretza Zapeta, Jordan. London Saxton, Jordan. Fumi Shabu, Northern. Jaden Uladong, Northern. And Jason White, Hillside. So this is cohort 1. Cohort 2, so this group, so that first group presented posters this year. The second group presented paper and presentations. So Maxwell Gual, DSA. Camilla Lamas, who's a recent Northern High School alum. Anaya Satherfield, DSA. Alina Asar, JD Clement Early College. Myra Munoz, Jordan. Matthias Matthew, Northern. Marion Masamba, City of Medicine. Tamir Bass, City of Medicine. Catalina Tolosa, City of Medicine. Olaton Ojasa, DSA. Chance Thomas, Hillside. Kelsey Lucas, DSA. Leander Schindel, DSA. Alani Alcantara, DSA. Adam El Romley, DSA. Kayla Kissy, City of Medicine. Kalia West, Northern. Genesis Crawford, Riverside alum. Camille Vereen, JD Clement Early College. So this is cohort 2. We would also like to recognize DPS instructors. So we have Ms. Jahara Davis and Ms. Shamia Truitt. So we also have a few of our alum who are present today to celebrate with us. So I'm going to turn things back over to Ms. Kennedy Ruff.
We have Gabriel Armstrong. We have Andrew Sean. We have Catherine Kublagat. We have Rachel Ruff. And that is all.
So if we can clap one more time for our scholars and alum, along with our DPS teachers. So DPS definitely represented well. And so we also have one instructor who was not present, Ms. Lauren Castine, who is also a teacher at Northern. So thank you, Ms. Castine. And again, thank you to our partners, Dr. Wright, Ms. Ruff. Thank you to our DPS scholars, teachers, families, our Cook Center partners for your continued support as we continue to foster and promote equity and excellence in our district and community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Idahor, Ms. Robinson, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Ruff, again, for your support of this very important initiative. We know that we have some of the best and brightest scholars in Durham Public Schools. I'd like to ask Laura Parrott, Director of Advanced Academics, to come to the podium to recognize a few of them. Dr. Laura Parrott.
Great. I love it. Good evening, Chair Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, such a wonderful thing to say, members of the DPS community. Well, first of all, that last group was outstanding, but I'm also delighted to introduce to you some outstanding students who took the ACT and scored a perfect 36. If we think back to those days when we were taking the ACT and the SAT and we were like, I need to do good, a 36 is absolutely amazing for those colleges to be able to see them. We do have 7 students who received this honor. Unfortunately, only 3 could be with us tonight, but I do want to call the names of the 4 who were unable to be here. Vivian Brennan from Riverside High School, Robinson Edmonds from Riverside High School, Andrew Pipeling from Riverside High School, and Maddie Roper from Jordan High School. Now, for the 3 that are here tonight, we are so glad they could be here for us to recognize them, as this is the first time we have ever brought this recognition to the board, and we're glad to start this tradition. So, Edmund Armistead, who is from Jordan High School. Congratulations. Mitchell Brennan from Riverside High School. We did mention his twin sister a moment ago, who also received a perfect 36. And we have Henry Hoff from Riverside High School as well. Congratulations. Yeah, and Superintendent's going to come and be a part of this picture. Great, thank you. Great. Again, congratulations.
Many of our scholars excel inside and outside of the classroom. We would like to invite Principal Jerome Leathers of Southern School of Energy and Sustainability to recognize our scholar athletes from Southern. Principal Leathers.
Okay, so I won't take much time because I want the spotlight on my coaches and my students. But I'm Jerome Leathers. I'm the principal of Southern School of Energy and Sustainability. And I must say that I'm very proud of our young men, but also our soccer program, because, you know, sometimes some of our sports can sort of like price our students out. But they found ways during the off season and during the season to compete and build themselves up. So the story that we know about now, 23-2, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But what I know is 9 years of being beat up by other teams that were premier teams in the state, and just watch our kids being dejected, but they kept coming out every year, year after year. But then also our coaches have had some challenges too. Coach Carrington, Coach Foster, and Coach Powers, but they've band together. They've built a really strong program. And this is just chapter 3 of what our young men are doing. Chapter 4 is coming this year, I'm hoping. So I'm gonna turn it over to Coach Carrington and Coach Foster to talk more about the program and give highlights. Thank you all.
Good evening, board. Chairwoman. Quick story. I was very, very pleased to find out that Ms. Rogers was chairman of the board because a few years back, her and her sister were the flower bearers at my wife and I's wedding. And we had the privilege of teaching her and her sister in a Bible study. So full circle, right? Somebody's getting old. Anyway, so high school OT is a online service and a TV service for all of high school athletics in the state of North Carolina. They take care of forums, they do scores, they do articles. It's like the Bible for high school athletics. Over the summer, they had a contest. And they had all sorts of awards they were handing out. Just to name a few: Player of the Year, Upset of the Year, Record-Breaking Performance of the Year, State Playoffs, Team of the Year, so on, Stuart Scott Courage Award. One of the awards that they handed out, where they had votes on, was the Southern Durham boys soccer team. And our byline was the Spartans had their best season in school history with a 23-2 overall record and an undefeated 13-0-1 record in conference play. It was the first time in school history Southern Durham won a conference title in the boys soccer. And it came 2 seasons after a winless season. You know, that season after COVID, we were rolling out 10 players, maybe 11. You have to have 11 to play. We were rolling out 9, 10 players, and as Mr. Leather said, we were taking it on the chin. But our guys were undaunted. They kept pushing. They kept working hard, and we took a few beatings, okay? But on the other side of that, our head coach had a horrific accident and, quite frankly, almost lost his life. But he came back refreshed and strong and ready to go the next year. And that next year after COVID, we made the state playoffs the second round. Then this year, back to our reading here, it says Spartans snapped Carborough's 56-game conference winning streak to take home the title and advanced all the way to the final 8 of the state playoffs as well. So that's our story. That's what people got behind. And we got to hurry up and get out of here because we got practice. We got a match tomorrow. And they know what time it is. So we're looking for bigger and better things. We hope to come back next year this time with a trophy, a big trophy.
Thank you, Coach C. Thank you, Mr. Leathers. My name is Foster Che. I'm the head coach of Southern Soccer. I'm a man of many words and few words at the same time, so I'll keep it to few words today. To be honest, I just want to, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to, serve in a district like Durham Public Schools. Secondly, I just want to thank Mr. Leathers. I think I walked on the campus of Southern maybe 10 years ago as a young man that was looking to just volunteer my time. I wasn't looking for any pay. I just wanted to volunteer my time because I played soccer and I wanted to coach. And they gave me the opportunity to do that. And 10 years later, we are here and this is the fruits of it. So thank you, Mr. Leathers. You've done a great job and I definitely appreciate you. All right. One thing is, we know these young men, they come in and day out, but it's the support from their parents at home and what they teach them at home that yields their success. Our program turned around when we started getting their parents involved heavily, all right, so that they can be student athletes, not athletic students. So since we've turned to the student athletes mantra, we've had a lot of these boys that are excelling in the classroom and they're excelling on the pitch. So I can't really thank the parents. There's a few parents here, but for the ones that may see this, thank you very much for allowing us to coach your kids. With that said, all I do is yell at these boys on the sideline. I don't do the actual playing. So they're the ones that did it. They deserve all of their accolades. So I'm going to just call them up and come out here and just recognize them. So we have James Funes. Caesar Halabi. Joshua Torres Avila. Chris Morales. Carlos Figueroa. Gustavo Ramos. Tito Osman Pineda. Freddy Sanchez. Kenny Ortiz. John Lopez. Omar Carredo. John Ronley Carreros. Samuel Hernandez. Brandon Polanco. Juan Solis. And I would like to take this opportunity to recognize, my assistant coaches. I do have a day job, and usually I'm scrolling in right at 6:30 to coach. And Coach Carrington here and Coach Powers, they do majority of the work, so I want to take this time to recognize them. Thank you very much, coaches. Thank you.
Congratulations to these outstanding young men. Congratulations to their coaching staff. Well done on an outstanding season, and we are certainly looking forward to this season. Finally, I would like to invite Dr. Linda Tagurian, Executive Director for Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, and Dr. Cicely McCrimmon, Director of Humanities, to recognize our exceptional teachers who have completed their letters training to enhance the quality of instruction that they provide our scholars, Dr. Tagurian and Dr. McCrimmon.
Good evening, Dr. Lewis and members of the board. My name is Linda Tagurian. I'm Executive Director for Curriculum Instruction in Durham Public Schools. And I'm here and honored to be able to celebrate the achievement of 634 of our elementary teachers and coaches in completing their state mandated Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, or what we affectionately call letters. For those of you who are new to your roles, LETTERS addresses 4 critical outcomes for effective literacy instruction: understanding the science of reading, converting research to practice, enhancing teacher effectiveness, and transforming instruction. By understanding the why behind the science and the evidence-based research, educators can effectively know how to aid students in learning how to read. It's a 2-year professional development program. It's a huge commitment, and we really appreciate the efforts of all of these educators who've completed this training. I'd like to also acknowledge the work of Dr. Cicely McCrimmon, who is on the curriculum instruction team and has really facilitated that work amongst our teachers. So, Dr. McCrimmon. We've also invited 2 school-based educators to come and talk with you a little bit about the impact that LETTERS has had on them and on their schools and their students. Tanya Enoch, who serves as a teaching and learning coach at Oak Grove Elementary, and the teacher Kayla Roberts, who teaches 2nd grade, right, at Mangum Elementary. And they're going to talk a little bit about their experience with LETTERS. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Lewis and members of the board. Again, my name is Tanya Enoch, and I am one of the teaching and learning coaches at Oak Grove Elementary School. And when I was asked to come here to give some celebrations, today I had a conversation with teachers, and we were just talking about letters, and the look on their faces when we talked about letters, and we talked about, we can't talk about letters without talking about UFly, okay? Both together has definitely improved the instructional practices of our teachers. They were so excited about how their kids have come to them this year. Kids are coming to them reading, identifying letters and knowing their sounds and able to decode words. And the enthusiasm of our 3rd and 2nd grade teachers, they told me to tell you, thank you. They were so excited because they see, even though, like Dr. Tagurian said, it's a lot of work with letters, it helped to change their mindset on how to teach reading. LETTERS taught us how students learn to read and write. It helped us to identify why students have difficulties with reading, right? And it also showed us what to do when students have difficulties. So teachers are over the moon excited about the new learning that they have received, and we're continuing receiving, because letters was a lot. So it's something that we're going to continue to dive into and massage and learn more from all the learning that we have. But it's helped with lesson planning. Teachers are now intentional about where students need to be, where they are. We use the screeners. I can't say enough about the learning that I've received as a coach. I feel I'm more prepared to help teachers teach students. And I can't say, and our students are over the moon excited with UFly. We have a 30-minute intervention every day where we've trained our teachers, we've trained our instructional assistants, we have trained support teachers, we have support staff, and we've also trained our behavior. Everybody at Oak Grove is trained. Everyone is trained on how to teach students to read, and it has made a huge impact because kids don't want to miss UFly and teachers don't want to miss UFly. We thought our admin was kind of crazy last year that we all have to learn this, but we're also grateful that she had that vision to get us all involved. So now whoever is in that classroom, they all have the ability to teach students how to read. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Lewis and members of the board, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Kayla Roberts, and I'm proud to be a second grade teacher at Mangum Elementary. I'm also a DPS graduate. I began my educational career at Mangum, and then I graduated from Northern. Understanding the science and evidence-based research behind how children process language and learn to read has changed the way that me and my team teach. For example, we have added explicit vocabulary instruction into our daily schedule where students use graphic organizers to understand the meaning of new words. Secondly, during our book studies, we have implemented the story framework provided by Letters to guide discussions and to be very purposeful with our time spent in those discussions. We have completely changed and revamped our word walls and turned them into sound walls. Our students are using sound boxes to map phonemes with concrete manipulatives as taught in Letters, starting with repeating the word, then using the manipulative to break the phoneme apart, and finally writing the letters that represent that sound. Another example, and it's a key component of our phonics lesson that we do every single day, has been our phonological awareness warm-up, where we have implemented syllable deletion and initial and final sound substitution in a teacher-led exercise. We ask students to repeat a word that we say, we change the first sound to a different sound and repeat the word again. As we move throughout the year, students learn to manipulate the initial consonant and final sound, and then eventually the middle sound in words. These changes, among many others, are just some of the very small examples of how our time spent completing letters has guided and changed our literacy instruction. Therefore, it's kind of flowed into every other subject area as well. Thank you for your time and for taking an interest in what we're learning and continuing our education and how we're implementing it to benefit the students that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you much to Dr. Tagurian and Dr. McCrimmon for their leadership in this initiative. And thank you so much to these amazing instructional leaders for the work that they are doing every single day to impact our students' learning. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Cooper?
you.
Dr. Lewis would like to share.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheena. But I just want to say to the educators, there's 634 educators that have taken on the commitment to complete the letters training. I know how intensive it is. Many have likened it to like you're getting another degree, really. And so the level of commitment, the time that you have taken to invest in our scholars is certainly appreciated, and it will pay dividends. You know, this is truly our equity work in action. When our students are able to read on grade level, that's our equity work in action. This is a huge investment. So to this board, thank you for your commitment to ensuring that our teachers are equipped with the skills to enhance their ability to effectively teach our scholars reading. So thank you so much for all of your work on letters training. Thank you.
Our Student of the Month, Teacher of the Month, and Employee of the Month presentations will resume next month. This concludes our celebrations this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. Dr. Lewis, it's time for the superintendent update.
Here we go. I think I should have some slides coming up here in just a moment. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the DPS community that are both present or watching online. It's certainly wonderful to finally be here in person to begin my journey here as superintendent of Durham Public Schools. I will tell you that the past 9 days have been exciting. They've been busy, but most importantly rewarding in terms of connecting with our staff, our scholars, administrators, staff, community members, and our press corps. Before I get started into my remarks, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank publicly Fred Davis. This is his last week with us, and so I certainly want to lift him up and appreciate him. He's leaving as soon as I'm coming in. He's not, I don't think he's in here tonight, but I just wanted to be on record that we definitely thank him for his years of service. So thank you so much to Fred Davis. I also want to take a moment to share that on tonight's agenda, we were supposed to look at our staff compensations, teachers, classified staff, and administrators. It is my commitment, and it's the board expectation that we get that right. And so we want to bring that back in September when we feel that all of our T's are double crossed and all of our I's are double dotted. We owe that to our staff in terms of ensuring, one, that we're investing in them, but most importantly, to make sure that that is right. And so thank you, board, for allowing us to bring that back to you at our next board meeting. So this brief report really includes, I don't know if it's going to be brief or not, but we will see. It includes details about my whereabouts since arriving, and it will introduce the work that I look forward to doing on behalf of the students whose potential definitely is exponential. And I don't think it's working, so we'll just go. Next slide. All right. So the first few slides really provide snapshots of those that I've had an opportunity to meet. And starts with our scholars. When coming in, I really wanted to get out and meet our why, the reasons that I'm here, and the reasons that all adults are here. And so I wanted to be around them and just engage in the teaching and learning process, talking to educators, spending time with principals, and just really learning about the district and understanding DPS. You can go on through the next slides. Just kind of highlights some of the excitement that I observed during my first few days. The next slide as well. Meeting our amazing educators who are dedicated to our mission. Next slide. So this particular image here, until many of you know I'm from Talladega, Alabama, and there's not much in Talladega, Alabama, but there's 3 campuses that make up the Alabama Institute for Deaf and Blind. I come from a family of individuals that worked at those schools, and so they know sign language. And so I was able to share a little bit of my sign language skills with this scholar here, and he was just so excited that I was able to communicate with him. And if you're not familiar with American Sign Language and our individuals who may be deaf, they have to sign your name for you. So my name is Anthony, so this young scholar gave my name is Anthony. And so it was a huge win there for me just to be in his presence, as well as our amazing American Sign Language interpreters. Next slide. Again, just meeting administrators in our schools. Next slide. Another principal. Next slide. Okay. I also had the pleasure to connect with several of our community members, whether it was a brief conversation at the meet and greet or in-depth dialogue conversations. Certainly encouraged and excited about the continued collaboration here. We see some of our county commissioners and a city commissioner. Next slide. Had an extensive conversation with Dr. Kimberly Sowell, who's our county manager. I'm really excited about the continued partnership and definitely want to thank our county commissioners for investing in Durham Public Schools. Next slide. I also had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Vincent Price, Chancellor at Duke. Looking forward to continued and expanding our partnership there. Gentleman on the right is J.B. Buxton. Had an opportunity to meet with him and also had an opportunity to visit his campus today, along with, I think, Mr. Jeffers with the Middle College, Jefferson or Jeffers with the Middle College. Evans, okay. So I had an opportunity to tour the entire campus, and I'm really appreciative of our partnership with Durham Tech and Middle College, and learned that Middle College has a 100% graduation rate. And so they have currently 161 students. Their capacity is 200. So we have some more seats to definitely invest in next year. Next slide. It's more images from the, no, that's from Murray Massenburg open house there. Next slide. Also, the media obviously is a huge partner and can be a huge partner with us. And so the more that we're able to collaborate with them to continue to tell our story is really hugely important. So huge thank you to our Office of Public Affairs for facilitating these interviews. Next slide. August 12th, not only was an important milestone for Durham Public Schools, but also for me, officially being sworn in to lead this district. I'm hugely honored to serve this district, to serve the community. And again, thank the board for the opportunity and for entrusting the work with you and our DPS work family to fulfill our critical mission of ensuring that all of our scholars reach their limitless potentials, but most importantly, ensuring that Durham Public Schools will become the premier school district in the country as we continue to strive for excellence. Next slide. It's also amazing to hear the stories of our Durham Public Schools employees. I was interviewed by Durham Magazine today, and I was sharing that employees that are here in Durham are here because they want to be here and because they thoroughly believe in the mission of educating our scholars. And so here on the screen is the amazing Freddie Rogers, a young man that's beginning his, get this, 64th year driving our school buses. 64 years. And so you can imagine the many lives that he has touched every day for 64 years. And so I actually met him when I talked to all of the bus drivers and the safety bus aides or bus monitors at their opening event. And so again, what I shared with them was they are sometimes the first adult faces that many of our scholars see. So the amazing power that they have to make or either break a child's day by what they say or sometimes what they don't say. And so again, thank you to our bus drivers. Next slide. Nutritional sustenance is essential to academic success. And so we cannot continue to say enough about this year, free breakfast and free lunch. Say it with me, free breakfast and free lunch. And sometimes a little shoe tying as well in the cafeteria. But that will be served every day for our scholars, free to our families. And so we encourage families and students to take advantage of this service to ensure that every student is fueled for success. Next slide. We also want our scholars to be fully focused because our academic offerings are being strengthened with this District Growing Together program that is launched this year. And as you know, we are excited that every elementary scholar will have daily STEM, critical thinking skills, instruction, global language, and arts. Next slide. We welcomed, as I mentioned, our traditional calendar staff back to their schools this week, and on Tuesday, our bus drivers convened for a transportation safety review and to kick off the year. Our transportation department has done critical work to ensure a successful first week of the school year. And when I had an opportunity to tour the facility, the precision that they take to ensure that all of our buses are safe for our scholars, and even from ensuring that reflector tape is on every single bus, things that we may take for granted, that's can be a huge safety risk for our scholars. So thank you to our transportation team. I will say transportation is making final routing updates and will continue to do so as we gear up for the first day of school. I got a report today that all routes should be in. I checked the app. I have 2 students that will be riding the bus, and their routes are in. So thank you to our transportation team for working diligently to get all those routes. Again, we encourage all families to download the EduLog Parent Portal app for any bus updates on your child. Additionally, DPS has a transportation hotline. That number is 919-560-BUSS. Again, 919-560-BUSS. You know, we're a school system. We do know how to spell bus. But for the purpose of this number, 560-2877. Ensuring students arrive to school on time and safely is a top priority. Transportation will continue to improve and enhance its services to students along while maintaining its efficiency and safety standards. So we do ask our families to, as we do every beginning of the school year, give a little grace. There'll be more traffic on the roads, whether it's carpool and bus lanes. Please make sure that you're stopping when those stop signs are out. And just, again, as our bus drivers continue to get in the habit of these stops, and I learned we have 7,000 stops in this district. And so, again, you can imagine the first day of school, there will be some bus delays. I'm going to say that here, so you hear it. There will be some bus delays, but as time goes on, we will definitely be more efficient. Again, our DPS Transportation has launched its Love the Bus 100 program designed specifically to recruit and train new bus drivers. We have 2 recruitment and training specialists ready to prepare individuals to drive our future. We know there are many of our community who are eager to support our scholars, and this is a perfect opportunity to do so. So you want to get involved? What better way than to drive a bus for our scholars? And so today we hosted I'm sorry, you can go on to the next slide. Today we hosted a day of professional development and fellowship. This day was designed to give our instruction leaders a boost before opening day on Monday and commitment to our support and resources that they need to be successful. Then lastly, we look forward to welcoming nearly 500 students to our new Murray Massenburg Elementary School on Monday as we begin the traditional calendar year. I do want to say thank you so much to this community for the warm welcome that my family and I have received in Durham Public Schools, and thank you to this board again and the community. We certainly look forward to establishing our roots here. So look forward to continued conversations with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Welcome to Durham Public Schools. Colleagues, we're at the point in our agenda to approve the minutes from June 27th, 2024.
Move approval of the minutes from June 27th.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the minutes for June 27th, 2024. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Thank you. 7-0. All right. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. We have quite a few pages of people here to give public comment. I'm gonna do a quick review of the rules as we approach public comment. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 1 minute. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 30 seconds left to start rounding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. We have a house full tonight, y'all. And we're very appreciative, and we want to hear from every single person. Colleagues, we've been at this a while, so we know, but we want to make sure that we're listening and thoughtfully thinking through all the comments that are being shared with us. My friends that are here to give public comment, we appreciate you coming. We ask you to address the board and to do so with respect without naming any particular person as part of your comments. And that I want to remind everybody this public meeting is being conducted in accordance with General Statute 143, 318.17. And so we want everything to go nice and smoothly tonight. Our first comment is from Mary Kopak. 1 minute. 1 minute. Everybody gets 1 minute. The light will come on at 30 seconds. The next comment is John Hodges Koppel and then Jasmine McGee. So if y'all will come and form a little line there, that'll help us get through this a little quicker.
Good evening. I'm Mary Kopak, otherwise known as Nonna, and that's how I come. I come speaking as a grandmother. I'm coming to ask you all to listen to the people who know far more have done far more research but are just as committed as I am to the well-being of all of the children in our district. I came across a quote that really struck me from Senator Ralph Warnock. And I'll just paraphrase. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. I need everyone on both sides of the track to be okay. Let's think about the children who need.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Hodges-Koppel with Durham for DSA. The decision before you is straightforward. Is it worth $50 million, the cost of renovating 2 elementary schools supported by the voters less than 2 years ago, for the marginal improvements of a new DSA in North Durham, that it might have over a transformed DSA in the heart of Durham? We want to stress 4 points. First, things have changed significantly since you started down this path. Second, it's not too late to pivot and save that $50 million. Third, the community option can serve DSA's programming, not as well in every respect as a new campus. We've always been clear about that, but better than the new campus and others. And fourth, things important to you, from more elementary school capacity to more pre-K classrooms to addressing your maintenance backlog, are all directly, immediately, and negatively impacted by building a fancy new DSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwen Silver, I'm sorry, Jasmine McGee. I'm sorry. Thank you.
My name is Jasmine McGee, and I graduated from Hillside High School 25 years ago this year. And I am proud to send my children to public schools in Durham. I speak tonight with the support of many community members to ask the board to name a DPS building for former Mayor and County Commissioner William V. Bell. We present a petition that has been signed by over 300 people supporting this ask. Supporters include Durham governmental and community leaders, principals, teachers, school support personnel, as well as parents of DPS students past and present. Mayor Bell was critical to the creation of what is now Durham Public Schools. He advocated for the merger of the city and county schools to improve equity for all students in Durham. That advocacy caused him to lose his reelection bid in 1994. As DPS now leads as an equity champion across North Carolina schools, it is only appropriate that we honor a leader who helped us to get there. We ask for this naming honor so that people living and visiting Durham know about Mayor Bell's contribution to equity in our school system and community.
Thank you. Gwen Silver. Followed by Dale Everts and Karen Press. I apologize if I'm pronouncing anybody's name wrong.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Gwen Silver and I'm a member of Partners Against Crime District 1. We meet on the third Saturday of every month at Houghton Career and Resource Center. So we're finding out at the past meeting that the fire alarm doesn't work at Houghton. And in addition to that, the fire inspection reports have been compromised. I am very alarmed about this, and then when I went online to look at who was the fire marshal, we're finding out that he has no longer with Durham Public Schools, but there were a lot of comments that he made warning the school board about inspections, fire inspections, and that have been compromised, as well as reports that need to be done, the fire alarms that need to be serviced. And so I'm asking you to make sure that the fire alarms in every school, including Houghton, is serviced and the reports are accurate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dale Everts. I'm a DPS parent, my wife and I are both former DPS parents, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Solar Schools team of the the Durham chapter of the Climate Reality Project. First, on behalf of our volunteer team, I wanted to welcome Dr. Lewis and to the best school system in the state. We look forward to working with you and your staff to save money for DPS while providing a healthy environment for students and educating a new generation of clean energy leaders. Second, we appreciate the hard work, the wisdom, and the foresight of the board for continuing to support DPS's energy conservation program led by Aaron Pope. Mr. Hope and his assistant, Chelsea Simmons, have done an outstanding job over the past 2 years to implement the board's 2021 resolution to transition DPS to renewable energy.
Thank you. Karen Press, followed by Lucia Harrington. And then Ann Von Hoyle.
Good evening. My name is Karen Pruse. I've lived in Durham for nearly 40 years, and I'm the mother of a DPS graduate. I'm also the chair of the 100% Committed campaign for Durham, which is an initiative of the Climate Reality Project, and along with my colleague Dale. Imagine a city where school power outages are a thing of the past, where students are not breathing diesel fumes from school buses and missing classes because of asthma, where students are prepared with STEM and CTE for good paying jobs in the 21st century energy sector and related industries, where students are excited about learning and about the natural world, how it works, things they see every day, the power of the sun, the wind, and gain an understanding for how they can help themselves and their communities be resilient in times of adverse weather events that we experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please feel free to email your comments or leave them if you run out of time for us to review. Lucia Harrington.
Hello, my name is Lucia, and I am a rising junior at Durham School of the Arts. Being downtown is what makes DSA DSA. Some of my best school memories include walking to hang out with friends at Central Park before going back to campus to attend a chorus or orchestra concert, or attending Third Friday Art Walk to look at Durham galleries and talk with Durham artists. When I was on the track team last year, we would run around East Campus and on South Ellerby Creek Trail. Ask any student at DSA and they will tell you more and more ways they value being downtown. That is just one example of what was not asked of the community, what was not listened to. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity for community members to share their opinions, ideas, and concerns as a stakeholder before the new DSA campus design plan was finalized. Please listen to us. It is not too late to be fiscally responsible, to be equitable, and to be engaged with the community. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Ann Van Hoyle?
Von Holly.
Van Holly?
Yeah, my name is Ann Von Holly, and I cede my time to Matt Kopak.
Matt Kopak, and then Julia Borbley Brown.
Good evening, Matt Kopak, Durham for DSA. So it's clear that there are different philosophies on how to approach a massive development like the new DSA. When DPS says that engagement has been done, it means that there were a couple meetings with folks who were at DSA a few years back. It seems that the facilities conditions assessment plays a huge role in ruling how all this works, which means doing one project at a time based on a ranking, working through a punch list. Buildings are seen as physical infrastructure that house people, and the bigger picture doesn't come into play. With Durham for DSA, it's not just about one school or a punch list, it's also about history, the mission of the school, sustainability, livability, accessibility, and a sense of place. We don't believe school buildings are just walls and ceilings, and we believe these decisions have bigger implications and therefore demand a higher standard in how they're approached. The fact is, DPS and all of you on the board are developers. Not dissimilar from the private developers I see come before me as a member of the Planning Commission. The only difference is that you're bigger. While it's beyond me that this sort of decision takes place absent broader Durham planning oversight, the fact is that you have the power to knit communities together with livable growth or tear them apart with sprawl and car-dependent congestion. You have the power to build the most expensive school in North Carolina history, or fund a great DSA in place and renovate 2 additional elementary schools, including where my kids go at Club Boulevard Elementary. So when we talk about engagement, it's more than just a couple meetings from people at one school. If DSA is a test that we can see a bigger picture, think systemically, use our imagination, and be responsible with the resources we have before us, I fear we're failing this test. But it's not too late. The testing period is not up. We still got our pencils in our hands, and you have the power to change this starting tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julia Borbely Brown, and I speak tonight as an individual citizen and not for an organization. As I mentioned to you at the June meeting when I appeared before you, I still believe you are not in compliance with North Carolina General Statute 115-521C. A letter was sent to you today by an attorney, and I hope that you will take to heart what was pointed out in that letter and not expend any additional funds on the new DSA project until you are in compliance with state law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jane Wheeler, Billy Rosen, Christy Clem.
Hello, my name is Jane Wheeler, retired teacher with Durham Public Schools. I am dismayed that you refuse to consider the community option from the architects and engineers working with Durham for DSA. With this option, DSA can stay in the heart of the arts culture downtown, where overwhelmingly students—
Can I ask you to get closer to the mic, please?
I start over.
Mm.
Hello, my name is Jane Wheeler. I am a retired teacher in Durham Public Schools. I am dismayed that you refuse to consider the community option from the architects and engineers working with Durham for DSA. With this option, DSA can stay in the heart of the arts culture downtown, where overwhelmingly students and parents and community wanted to stay. This option clearly shows how DSA can be not just renovated, but transformed with little disruption to the students. This option clearly shows how there will be a savings of $50 million over building the new school. With this option, 2 elementary schools can be renovated. With student numbers declining, a new school now is a foolhardy expense and an exorbitant waste of our hard-earned money. Please be good stewards of our money and renovate for a DSA. DSA stay.
Thank you.
Millie Rosen, longtime teacher, longtime speaker, ceding to Christy Clem.
Christy Clem, physical therapist, back again, but handing off to Micah.
Good evening. My name is Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer, and I am currently serving as the Durham Association of Educators President. This week marks the start of my 17th year as a science educator and union member in Durham Public Schools. In May, DAE achieved majority member density in DPS. We reached majority density through a historic campaign, one of the largest of its kind in the South. Durham was poised to push back on the Jim Crow era laws that deny workers' rights by formally recognizing DAE as the Employee Representative Organization, or ERO. Today, we are still hopeful and determined that basic workers' rights will become a reality, moving past this frustrating hesitation. We continue to ask for formal union recognition as the legitimate ERO and meet and confer policy. Formally recognizing DAE as the ERO and enacting a meet and confer policy will benefit the entire DPS community. The meet and confer process does not remove power from the board. Through meet and confer process, union educators and staff are formally provided a seat at the grown-up table. We are the ones on the ground level, creating the conditions for our students to learn and thrive. We want and need to be at the table to help problem solve and co-create school experiences that better for students' lives and educational outcomes. Administration and management need us and our perspectives in the room. If wishes of collaboratively creating learning conditions spark fear or concern, we ask for those fearful of allowing education professionals with the goal of supporting the students in their classrooms to engage in a deep personal reflection. If leaders are not willing to share responsibilities with their workers, trust will never be repaired. A meet and confer policy allows for transparency. An abundance of research shows transparency makes workplaces run better. Transparency and trust are especially critical for DPS right now. We continue to ask for budget transparency. We believe that the necessary level of transparency and accountability will only be possible once DPS recognizes our majority union and commits to partnering with us. As we continue to push for a meet and confer policy that will achieve these goals, we urgently need answers to specific budget questions. We are beginning the year with unacceptable levels of uncertainty. Almost half our staff are at work
Daniel Kemp, Amanda Bowers, and Kenya Lawrence.
Daniel Kemp, DAE. Almost half of our staff are back at work unsure about their pay for this year. We understand that some uncertainty at the beginning of the school year has historically been the norm. Last night, we emailed Dr. Lewis and the board our ongoing questions regarding the budget, pay debacle, and comparisons between Hill and Mr. Crutchfield's recommendations. Many of these questions linger from February, such as, what is CPS plan for incorporating steps and years of experience into classified pay schedules? In other words, what can classified employees expect about future compensation? We feel it is more critical than ever that we are able to hire and retain staff with full clarity about what they can expect to be paid. DAE supported DPS in asking for the largest budget increase ever, even though over $27 million in additional funds is historic. We are not naive in thinking that it's enough to fund every initiative or fix every broken HVAC. But we do want to make sure that our funds are being honestly allocated. In May, I attended a public statement with this charge. It is not too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Bowers.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Bowers, and I proudly serve as our DPS elementary schools as a curriculum specialist. Recently, I've been made aware of an inequitable pay situation occurring in our district. When I heard DPS was going to honor master's pay for our teachers, I was thrilled. Finally, our certified staff were going to be recognized for all their hard work, and they do, and be paid fairly for their degrees. I myself have been waiting 9 years to be compensated for my master's degree. Up until now, classroom teachers and instructional support staff have received the same bonuses, pay increases as they are paid on the same teacher scale. But only after emailing to inquire about their raises are staff in some of these instructional support positions realizing that they're excluded from this opportunity. Some of these are our teaching and learning coaches who serve as instructional leaders in their buildings and support teachers, and they will make about the same salary for 11 months' work that our teachers will in 10 months. I'm grateful for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenya Lawrence.
Good evening. My name is Kenya Lawrence. I stand before you as your dedicated 612 math curriculum specialist and a veteran educator who is deeply committed to the success of our students and the support of our teachers. I am asking for equitable pay as one of many paid on the teacher and instructional salary schedule. Our role is essential and requires master's pay. We collaborate with teachers and administrators to design and implement programs that are aligned with state and federal content standards, directly supporting our district's strategic goal that 90% of DPS students will meet or exceed standards for academic growth by 2028. Curriculum specialists, teaching and learning coaches, and instructional leaders on the teacher and instructional staff salary schedule are at the heart of this mission. Today alone, our team supported over 1,800 teachers and instructional staff via professional learning experiences. It's important that we retain qualified professional staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Elin J. Sanowski? Katie McDonald? Got Elin coming? Wilma Oliver?
I'm Elin J. Sanowski, and I'm ceding my time to Katie McGonnell.
Thank you.
I had 6 minutes prepared tonight. So I apologize. This is just, I'm going to wing it. It's me riffing. Dr. Lewis, it's very nice to meet you. Ms. Goff and you. Welcome to Durham Public Schools Tab, Mr. Wendell Tab. We are opening up a new Montessori school that we were promised all of the things. And you know what we're starting with? Nothing. Nothing. Last Friday, we received our first shipment of Montessori furniture. Maintenance will not even come to help put it all together until we've received every shipment. We've been scrounging. When I say we, I mean Dr. Rathbone, Dr. Van Acker, Miss Miller, myself, volunteering up my own personal school furniture to staff members to make this vision, this growing together, this epic thing that this county has promised us. You've given us garbage, literal garbage from surplus. Dr. Lewis, I will make this promise to you. We will make this rollout a success. It won't be because of anyone in this district. It'll be because of the passion and the love of our community that has been in existence at Little River for decades. This will be a success. I promise you. Everybody here in this room, I've been here so many times, we all share the same why. Our why is the same. Dr. Lewis, what we need from you is the how. Everyone here has visions for what Durham Public Schools can be. What we lack is when the brain has the idea, the follow through. Like it gets lost in translation. I don't know where it is because every person that I have spoken to personally in these rooms has the same heart I do for these children and our vision.
Thank you. Wilma Oliver, Mr. James Chavis.
I was throwing a curveball as well because I saw on the website I had 3 minutes. So I will do my best. I'm here just speaking. My name is Wilma Oliver. I'm just a citizen today speaking on behalf of the fact that I've been reading these articles in the 9th Street Journal, one which just came out today saying that Durham School of the Arts will be the most expensive public middle or high school built in the Triangle area, and more likely the most expensive in the state. I see that the land is being cleared for the new Durham School of the Arts and not even taking a moment to look at the possibility of reducing the cost. In the meantime, the safety of our children and our staff members are on the line with these schools that have gotten deferred maintenance over and over again. So the blood or the injuries will be on your hand if it's not fixed. So please listen.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. As many of you know, my name is James Chavis, and I don't follow y'all rules because y'all rules are liars, just like y'all lied to us. Y'all expect us to come up here and give y'all respect. How can we give y'all respect when y'all do not give us respect? We are the citizens of Durham, and we deserve respect from every last one of you, even the new ones. You know why? Because we pay y'all salaries, and y'all don't think that much about us. Then guess what? I'm coming. I'm going to be a fly on your shoulder, your neck, or whatever, because guess what? Lying will not get you from me, because 3 of you sent me a letter. to my email saying all three of y'all was going on vacation. But one changed her mind. The other two didn't. One called me. That's Joy. She called me and she didn't tell me the new meaning of this thing. So I'm
Thank you. You can leave them with our clerk. Thank you.
going back down there. Thank you. See,
Right,
You see how
yeah.
kind he wanted to be? But ask him, do he come out here in our community and see how y'all don't do our community work?
Mm.
And y'all new folks, get aware that I'm not through with y'all, because guess what? To you, Laura, I hope you understand that they have lied to you with what they said they're gonna give you the best.
Brian Calloway, Lauren Sartain, Dora Baldwin.
I'm Brian Calloway. Yield my time to Lauren Sartain.
Thank you.
One second. Hi, everybody. My name is Lauren Sartain. I'm a DPS parent. A new school year always brings me hope. Hope that the year will be better than the last, and there's a lot in this room that makes me hopeful. Superintendent Moore, wherever you may be, I'm grateful for your service to Durham, and I'm hopeful that the work you've done to increase transparency and accountability continues. Superintendent Lewis, when I hear you talk, and you did it tonight, I notice you center students, and that makes me hopeful too. I'm hopeful that you, along with our new board chair and co-chair and new board members, can take our district in a different direction that gives DPS students the skills that they need to succeed in life. But we have a long way to go before DPS becomes every family's first choice, best choice. I want to challenge you all on this board to think critically and to ask questions, not just privately, but publicly too. Asking questions shows the public that you are validating what school-based staff, parents, and students are saying. Asking questions rebuilds trust with the community. Asking questions is a way to make better policy. When you see numbers in a table that don't mathematically sum up to the total, ask questions. When you see projections that student enrollment is increasing when all other evidence suggests that it's declining, ask questions. When something doesn't seem right, ask questions. Asking questions isn't mean-spirited, it's governing. And actually, that's why we elected you. Dissent and debate are part of a healthy democracy. It's how we get good policy. You all are here in this room regularly for 7 or 8 hours at a time. How did we get here? It didn't happen overnight. A few of you have been on this board for quite a while. If you aren't ready to govern, I challenge you to take a bold and historic move. Step aside and let people who are ready to ask questions in the name of better policy give it a go. DPS deserves better. Thank you.
Dora Baldwin, followed by Bob Chapman.
Hi, my name's Dara Baldwin. I'm an alumni of DSA. While I was a student there, despite the clear age of the building, we all found joy in exploring downtown during our formative years. And downtown was much less lively then. I had friends and classmates who took full advantage of the proximity to downtown amenities like the bus station, the reality center after-school programs, the Durham County Library, and they also had easy access to part-time jobs in Brightleaf and on 9th Street. The new location will essentially strand these burgeoning youths in North Durham, not far from where I grew up, making it extremely difficult for them to access previously easy-to-access amenities. It will disproportionately affect students who walk to school to get home, go to the bus station to get home, and it will affect parents who have unreliable transportation. And this will further strain an already taxed school busing system in Durham. Okay.
Thank you. Bob Chapman.
My name is Bob Chapman. I build walkable neighborhoods. I have 2 children who are alumni of DPS. The choice of Duke Homestead is a very poor choice. It's not going to be a wonderful place for the school. The place where the school is now is a wonderful place. One of the ways that we measure vibrancy and excitement of a neighborhood is found on a website called Walk Score. The Walk Score for Duke Homestead is 11. 400 North Duke Street, 94. Walker's Paradise. 64 good transit, 80 very bikeable. A few months ago, U.S. News listed the 25 best high schools, public high schools in America. 24 of those are in downtown or urban node areas. And I have for you a printout of those schools that shows where they are.
Thank you. If you'll leave that with our clerk. If you'll leave that in the back with our clerk, I guess not. Colleagues, that concludes public comment for tonight. Yep, Attorney Malone, could you respond to the letter that was referenced during public comment, please?
Yeah, yes, I'm happy to respond to it. We did receive a copy of the letter right before I left the office this afternoon. I did review the letter, and I will tell the board that the board is in fact 100% in compliance with 115C 521C. It has two separate sets of requirements. One is that the board, when you are considering building a new school to replace an existing school building, that you not invest any money in the new building unless you submit to the state superintendent, and the state superintendent submits to the North Carolina Historical Commission an analysis that compares the cost and feasibility of building a new building and of renovating the existing building, and that clearly indicates the desirability of building the new building. This has been done. You've submitted it to the state superintendent's office. The state superintendent's office has confirmed to your staff and me, actually, that they have likewise submitted it to the North Carolina Historical Commission. So that is all that is required to meet that requirement. You have done that, and that is complied with. This section does have a separate requirement, which they highlighted in the letter, which says that no board shall invest any money in any new building until it has developed plans based upon consideration of the state board's facilities guidelines, submitted these plans to the state board for its review and comments, and reviewed the plans based upon consideration of comments it receives from the state board. This occurred over a year ago. The state board's facilities guidelines are available, online. Those are available to architects across the state. That information was available to your architect. It was incorporated into plans. Those plans were then submitted to the state board for review. The response that staff and the architect received, that response was considered by the architect and incorporated as necessary. So you have also complied with that prong. That part, the part that's highlighted in the letter, you actually complied with, over a year ago. So the board is fully in compliance with 115C 521C.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malone. Colleagues, we are at the consent agenda of our consent items of our agenda.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of the consent agenda, items A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
How about H?
H is not in my board docs, but I've clearly would love to move that. I'll double check. H.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the consent agenda items lettered A through H. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 It passes unanimously, 7-0, the consent agenda items. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's 100-day entry plan. Not on here. Okay, all right. It's Title IX, Chief of Staff presentation. As we get started, I want to, on behalf of the board, express our appreciation for all the work, for all the presentations that will be made tonight. We know you all have worked hard to bring the best presentations to us and in front of us. We will move through the agenda expeditiously and ask our questions and try to cut back on how much we are thanking you all. But we really do appreciate your work.
Dr. Lewis, Madam Chair, members of the board, and the Durham community, what we are presenting today for the board's adoption are regulations and procedural authority for staff to implement Title IX and the changes that the Biden administration has proposed. As Mr. Malone shared on August 8th, there is some pending litigation, and Durham Public Schools also is in the process of seeking additional feedback and how Title IX is implemented in Durham with the new regulations. And so with that, we are presenting for the board's review and approval these temporary regulations to inform staff that they are to follow the Biden regulations to the extent we are complying with the law, as opposed to the previous regulations issued by the DeVos-Trump administration. And we would caution the board to some extent to not seek too much legal advice regarding like potential litigation, et cetera, as that would need to take place in closed session. But as regards policy, overarching policy questions, Mr. Malone and I are happy to respond. And we will be bringing you actual policies in the future, board members.
No. So at the last meeting, a board member asked that we take a look at the language that the NCSBA policies and to see if we could make that more like a regulation so it would not appear that the board was adopting a policy. We did take a look at that and created for each of the three documents that were originally presented as draft policies, what we're calling temporary regulations. And we tracked changes against the version that the board had at the last meeting. And the only primary changes are in any areas where it referred to it as a policy. We included regulation language instead. And we deleted some information that also would have had these appear to be more of a policy. So we believe that what is now attached, if the board were to adopt the précis as written, would certainly now be more of a regulation than a policy.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead?
Yes, thank you. That was my comment. So I appreciate it. It's really clear here that it's regulations and temporary versus the policy piece. So thank you.
Ms. Byer?
Would you welcome a motion? Is there any further discussion? So I would move approval of the Title IX regulations, temporary regulations on pregnant and parenting students and employees, Title IX non-discrimination on the basis of sex, and Title IX Sex Discrimination Prohibited Conduct and Grievance Procedures this evening.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez, to approve the Title IX updates, procedure and regulation authority. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes unanimously, 7-0. Dr. Giovanni? We're at item 5B, financial policies for review.
Good evening again. These policies are in accordance with board policy. Administration is presenting policy 6240, contracts with the board, policy 6430, purchasing requirements for equipment, materials, and supplies, policy 6450, purchase of services, policy 9030, facility construction and change orders, and policy 9120, bidding for construction work for the board's annual review. Pursuant to board policy, it is mandated that administration bring these policies for the board's review when there is a change every June annually, and when there is a change within 90 days of the election of a new superintendent or the hiring by the superintendent of a new chief financial officer. And welcome, Dr. Lewis. You have triggered this policy. And there are no changes being recommended at this time, board members. We will, if you recall on the various policies you just updated, we're in the process of bringing several chunks of policies to you. We will potentially be making some of these and consulting with the board members to make sure that these policies are reflective of what the board and Dr. Lewis want to, with regard to those board policies. So again, these are to comply with board policy. There's no recommendations, there's no action needed. It's simply being presented for the board's review and consideration.
Colleagues, any questions, comments, concerns? Ms. Chavez?
Thank you. And I just had one item. I just wanted to, I was looking at this statement in 6420. At least quarterly, the superintendent shall report to the board all contracts and contract amendments approved by the superintendent under this policy between $25,000 and $90,000. And I would like to offer and make a motion that we ask the superintendent to create a schedule for this reporting on an annual basis.
There a second?
I'll second.
Second. You made the motion. It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to ask the superintendent to bring a schedule to the board for presentation of these contracts. Is there any further discussion?
I guess I welcome that, and in light of ongoing search for additional financial help, I just hope that we have a little bit of grace in how we would bring that forward. And I don't believe that it needs to come to the next work session or be quite as expeditious as if we were not in hiring needs for in that department. I don't know. I want to make sure that staff have the time, financial staff have the time to focus on employee compensation quickly, as well as they're juggling a lot of other work that is being closed out from last year as well. So I don't think I said that very well, but I didn't know we were taking action on anything, but I appreciate that motion. Thank you.
Can I ask for a point of clarification, Ms. Byers?
Always.
Okay. My point of clarification, we're asking the superintendent to bring a schedule upon which we would review the contracts, not actually asking for those contracts. Is that correct? and then the contracts would come on that schedule. And the policy says quarterly.
I'm just acknowledging publicly the additional financial work that we still have ongoing and the need for additional staffing to support financial staff. So that acknowledging this board will give grace and let the superintendent prioritize the most pressing financial issues for their focus with limited staff. But yeah, I don't think they're in conflict what we're talking about. Perhaps I am not clear, and perhaps that is part of the conflict, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed to the superintendent bringing a schedule upon which he'll bring us contracts? It passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Giovanni. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. It's 100-day plan. I apologize. Do we need they were brought for information. Do we need a motion to not make any changes to the policy and keep the thresholds where they are?
The policies were brought for information. What I heard from Ms. Chavez is simply for the superintendent to bring a schedule, which may still be the quarterly that is included in the policy. So that's kind of what I didn't take it as policy action, but simply them requesting from the superintendent a recommendation, which would fall in line with what I was indicating before, that we will be bringing these policies back. So after consulting with Dr. Lewis on how, as I said before, like how he wants to share this information with the board, then bringing that recommendation as part of the policy in a timely manner. So there's no, I don't need a motion, but I think what Ms. Chavez was asking for some action, and then the board as a whole has to do that because staff can't, and Dr. Lewis, it's difficult for one board member to instruct. So, okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis?
Thank you so much. Good evening again. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board, members of the community. I am certainly pleased to present my entry plan that is focused on listening, learning, and leading for Durham Public Schools. This plan will outline the work that I will do over the next 100 days as I continue to come in, listen, learn, meet with large numbers of people as relates to students, staff, community members, administrators, to just deepen my knowledge and understanding of Durham Public Schools. I shared with the school board during the interview that I do not come to Durham Public Schools with a plan to impose upon the district, rather to come to the district to listen, to learn, certainly realize that there is already a tremendous amount of input that has gone into developing the district strategic plan. We are, and we will continue to look at that. And as a result of this 100-day plan, if it's the will of the board to bring some things back that we may want to tweak within our strategic plan. Again, this is important work that must be done. It is work that's necessary. And I just want to share with this community that just imagine a community that wraps its arms around each and every one of our students. Having worked in 3 other states, this is my 4th state, what I can tell you is that in the field of education, school communities, we all want the same thing for our scholars. We may have different routes of getting to those goals. That's okay. We can agree to disagree. Civil discourse is good. However, at the end of the day, we must keep our focus on our scholars, and we must keep our focus on those individuals that are closest to our scholars and those individuals in the school. So what you will see this evening is our goals and action steps. Every organization grounds itself in its why. Organizations that excel keeps the why at the forefront. And I will tell you that this entry plan is aligned to the district's mission and vision and core values. And so you've all seen those, the mission, vision, and the core values. I just wanted to share that within this entry plan, and loaded in board docs is actually a hard copy of the entry plan, where it is aligned with the mission, vision, and the core values of Durham Public Schools. I also do recognize that a lot of members of the community don't know who Dr. Lewis is, right? And so I want to kind of ground the work that I will be doing over these next 100 days into some guiding core principles. And they are aligned, again, to the core beliefs of Durham Public Schools. And the first one is that commitment to achievement. Every adult in this district must be about the business of ensuring that every student has the resources, supports that they need to achieve at the highest level. We will do this by respecting ourselves and others and instilling that in our scholars as well. And respect begins with a proper appreciation of oneself. A passion for learning. We will continue to foster that love of learning. Again, we honored our 634 staff that talked about the science of reading. But while we're talking about the science of reading, it is necessary. Let's not forget about the love of reading as well. So fostering that continued passion for learning. And then educational equity, we will continue to advocate for every single student to ensure that they have the resources and support access and opportunities as any other student in this state. We will support the students' physical, emotional, and intellectual needs to help them focus on their education. Integrity and accountability, just as this board will hold me accountable, it's important for all educators to hold themselves accountable and do it in such a way that is steeped in integrity. And so we will continue to do that. We will model integrity, work ethic. You will often hear me say, our children are watching. Our children are watching. So all that we do will be of good character. I was looking at the Character Matters in Durham on the wall. And so we will align ourselves to that. In addition, community partnerships. Schools cannot do this work alone. And so the more that we're able to foster, strengthen our partnerships, and for our partners to see the integral part that they play in the life of a child, the more beneficial for all of our scholars. So as I mentioned, I do have 5 entry plan goals, 27 action steps. And so we will go through those goals. And so if you'll just indulge me, I do want to make sure that everyone in this community understands the work that's going to take place over these next 100 days. Oh, I'm going too fast there. All right. First goal is establishing a transparent, collaborative, and trusting relationship with Durham Public Schools. With the Durham Public Schools Board of Education. I often say, Stephen Covey talks about change moves at the speed of trust. In the education world, for me, progress on academic achievement moves at the speed of trust. And so it's incumbent upon me as superintendent to build that trust and maintain that trust with members of the Board of Education. And not only that, members of the district staff. There's research that was done that stated that over 51% of employees don't trust their leaders. And that can have some cost to it by way of those individuals leaving the district, by way of those individuals not referring Durham Public Schools to other individuals that may seek out Durham Public Schools. And so in order for the community to continue to trust us, we must start within first. And so that starts with the Durham Public Schools Board of Education. And so that first action step is to share the entry plan with the Board of Education, which I have done that. And thank you, members of the board, for your feedback on that entry plan. I also shared the plan with the members of the cabinet. Thank you for your feedback. Board members, you should have received a schedule to conduct one-on-one meetings with me. And so that's that second action step. And so that will be something that won't just happen at the beginning of my tenure, but it will be ongoing, those one-on-one meetings. Collaborating with the board on superintendent's performance evaluations, my evaluation, inclusive of goals, objectives, and success indicators. That should be in my evaluation, those goals and objectives. A goal is to hold a retreat to align the board and superintendent on core values, beliefs, communication protocols, how the board wants to receive information, and responsibilities and expectations as it relates to governance matter. We are a governance team, and so it's incumbent upon us at this table to make sure that we have the necessary tools that we need and resources to function effectively as a governance team. Goal 2 is to focus on the instructional program. Now, we won't just go through these 100 days without focusing on instruction. You will hear me say that our kids can't wait, right? And our kids only get one shot at the grade level that they're in. And so they can't wait for me to get it together, right? And so I will have an increased focus on the instructional programming to close the access opportunity gaps, particularly in our lowest performing schools, while also addressing their academic, social, and emotional needs of all students. And so coming in, analyzing current student achievement data, I've already had one meeting with Dr. Royster. And so we will look at the academic performance, AP enrollment, pass rates, tons of data. I am a data geek. I love looking at data, but not only looking at data, what action steps as a result of that data will be put in place. Meet with the deputy superintendent and district leaders to assess curriculum and instruction. The resources and materials that we're putting in front of our students, are they representative of each and every student in this district? Are students able to see themselves within the curriculum resources? Evaluating our efforts to improve instruction and graduation rates. We know our graduation rates around 84% based on 2022-23 graduation, the graduating cohort. There's about 430 students that did not graduate. It's not acceptable. And so we will continue to look at what are we doing by the time they get in 8th or 9th grade, are they on track to graduate? And then what are those safeguards, resources, interventions that we are putting in place? A lot of times you hear in districts that some students just fall through the cracks. It is my belief there should not be any cracks. And so we have to continue to look at the system to make sure that it's set up for success for all students. Continue to focus on literacy. You saw that tonight from the letters training, numeracy, post-graduation preparation. Really excited about the opportunities over at Durham Tech to help us continue to address this. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our English language learners, students with disabilities. And let me just say this is a fluid document, okay? It will live on our website, but next week, if there's something that I need to tweak, I reserve the right to tweak that. And so I would definitely want to add within this bullet item as well as making sure that we are analyzing and determining, do we have data to show us how we're supporting our LGBTQ plus students? And so we will add that to these action steps as well. Thank you so much. Engaging with students to understand their perspective. Oftentimes in education, adults do things to students and not with them. I don't lead like that. We have to make sure that we are continuing to have that student voice front and center. Meeting with staff, students, and families to identify emotional, social, and cultural supports that they need to support their scholars. Goal number 3, enhancing organizational effectiveness and efficiency by providing robust support and services to schools, students, families, and school communities. How well are we functioning as a school system? And so I already have begun and will continue to meet with district leadership during one-on-ones, and that includes those individuals that are listed within that first bullet. In addition, meeting with principals. It's not up there? Oh, it jumped? Okay. Okay. There we are. Thank you so much. We'll meet with directors, principals, Durham Association of Educators, classified staff to assess the climate and culture and determine the level of central services supports needed for school improvement, ensuring that all of our staff, from our classrooms, our custodians, our cafeteria staff, ensuring that they have the resources that they need to do their job. All of our dishwashers working, right? And so those are the things we have to ensure that as a system, the system is set up to support the needs of all of our staff. Reviewing division and departmental briefings. Before I even started, I sent briefings to members of the cabinet and some executive directors and other directors. And so thank you all for taking the time to answer those questions. I ask a lot of questions. And so I've already reviewed those briefings. Again, just provided an opportunity before even stepping foot in Durham to continue to learn. Conducting a SWOT analysis, which is assessing the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities. Let me be clear, there are some challenges in this district. I look at those challenges. We will look at those challenges as opportunities. We will address them. It's going to take some time, but I am confident that we will get there. Meeting with principals and teachers to gauge their understanding of student achievement and data, how they're using data. Are they receiving timely data? What additional data points that they may need to do their jobs? Reviewing and evaluating efforts in leadership development. Are we setting our system up for succession planning? There may be some individuals that are in the classroom that have administration certification or administrative degrees. What are we doing to continue to develop them? Because if not, they'll leave and go to neighboring counties around here. Same for our building level administrators and district level administrators. Is there succession planning taking place? And so in other words, what is that bench strength of all of our staff? It's something that I will examine. Pressing the wrong button there. Other bullets in goal 3, reviewing critical documents such as policies. This is my homework, looking at policies, procedure manuals, board meeting minutes, student achievement data. I've already began to dig into a lot of this information, but we'll continue to do that over the course of the first 100 days. Management protocols, safety and emergency plans, standard operating procedures that are not in place but will be in place. We will address that as well. Assessing the current schedule and format of district leadership meetings to ensure, Dr. King actually brought that to our last cabinet meeting to make sure that the agenda is set up for success for our leaders. And evaluating, I just talked about that. Going into goal 4. Identifying and analyzing critical issues to remove barriers and seize opportunities for accelerating student performance. If you go into my office now, I have nothing in there but paper. I haven't brought any of my personal items in there. Once I do, you will see an orange cone that will be sitting on my desk, and it's a constant reminder to me as to what barrier am I removing for a child, what barrier am I removing for a teacher, for an administrator, for district staff, in terms of doing their jobs. So it's really critical that we identify those barriers, but not only identify and admire the barriers, but what are we doing to remove those barriers? So evaluating the process of setting departmental goals and ensuring alignment with the strategic plan, analyzing data on recent surveys. I began to look at some of that data. Meeting with, I already talked about meeting with Dr. Worcester. We will continue to have our one-on-one meetings as well. And then visiting departments and schools to listen and learn from students, families, administrators, and educators. You saw some images that our Office of Public Affairs captured during my first 9 days of me out just listening. And when I'm in schools, obviously I view classrooms, but I will go in cafeterias, I go in restrooms, I go in custodian. I talk to the custodians to really just listen and see what barrier can I remove for them. And then finally, goal 5. There's actually an image of me talking to a cafeteria staff there. Creating opportunities to listen to the broader community, engage a wide range of stakeholders, ensuring that their voices are heard to build trust, and to understand the district comprehensively, to reignite that excitement around the district's mission and vision, and most importantly, the strategic plan. And so I will be scheduling meetings with parent organizations, district advisory groups. I actually met with the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children just yesterday, and we will have quarterly meetings with them as well. Attend school and community events to connect with stakeholders, meet with the city of Durham, Durham County, local officials. I've already, as you see, met with county officials. And I will launch a listening, learning, and leading tour, so to speak. And so more to come on that. And the purpose of that is to just really get a large number of people in a room to just ask some simple questions around what are we doing a good job of? What can we do a better job of? And then understanding that we have some financial constraints, what should be our priorities moving forward. Holding roundtables with members of the media, meet with editorial boards. Again, the goal of this is simply to engulf myself in Durham, the city of Durham, to understand the full picture before coming in, making drastic changes. And I think that's where a lot of districts go wrong. Is there a new superintendent comes in and immediately starts ripping Band-Aids off things. Now, well, I will tell you, and I'm just honest. There are some things that I want to do that too, and we'll probably make some moves on soon, because when it comes to our scholars having what they need to be successful, as I mentioned, they can't wait. They can't wait, and so I feel the support, and I appreciate the support from the board, and I know I will have that support to make those necessary shifts. It may be at day 52. And the 100 days may not be complete, but please know that we have to move with a sense of urgency when it comes to our scholars, because 2 of them are mine, right? And they are at Neal Middle School and are super excited about being there. So that's in a nutshell the entry plan. I will say that at the culmination of the first 100 days, I will present to the board a post-entry plan of my findings during those first 100 days that will share the lessons learned there, and then the action steps we may need to take. I've worked with our Office of Public Affairs. This entry plan will live online and will be updated weekly, where members of the community in the district can see my progress, whether it's for those action steps, an action step that it has been started, is in progress, or has been completed. So thank you so much for allowing me to share the entry plan. Definitely, again, as I mentioned, this is a fluid document. I appreciate the feedback that I received from board members, but definitely welcome additional feedback.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Ms. Harold Goff.
I just want to say I really appreciate the student-centered, uplifting the student voice, and the attention to really listening to and engaging with community, and look forward to the manifestation of what that looks like.
Mr. Tabb, then Ms. Carter Ivan.
Thank you so much. Dr. Lewis, thank you so much for your 400 entry plan. One of the things that Durham really appreciates is listening. And so I was glad to hear that you were going to have those listening sessions. I look forward to attending some with you if we could. But I just want to say thank you for that as well, because I know in the past years, Durham has always wanted superintendents and boards and staff to listen.
I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues and say that I really appreciate the student-centeredness of this, but also this focus on building our governance team so that we can work well together. Your use of data to inform all of the decisions, both the listening data and the conversations that you're planning to have with so many different folks in our community, but also the hard numbers, right, to see if what you're doing is working. And I love that you recognize the need to balance this, taking the time to listen and learn with a sense of urgency that our kids can't wait. And that's a tricky balance, but thank you for recognizing that and working towards that.
Ms. Chavez.
Thank you. I'm also excited about your plan. Excited to hear all that you learn. I want to just say how much I appreciate your attention to EC students. And I didn't know that you were fluent in ASL, but that's awesome. Okay, that you can communicate at some level. That it's a language that actually we don't often talk about. So I love to hear that. I appreciate you adding LGBTQ student data, and that's something I know you have worked with in the past. So that's not new to you. because our queer and trans students are at risk for dropout, chronic absenteeism, lower academic outcomes. And then I want to say already that I appreciate you naming our students as scholars, which they are, and being really committed to that invigoration of their love for reading and for learning. Thank you.
Anybody else? No pressure. Ms. Simpson?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lewis, again for this presentation, and I think for listening. I think there will be a lot to be said. I know that our community has a lot. I know we've heard some even this afternoon in the public comment of what the hopes are for your tenure here. So I really appreciate that, and hope that schedule's made public so the board also can attend some of those sessions, like my colleague has said. And it's mentioned in here about subgroup data, but I'm also really interested in hearing your perspective on, we are a system, majority students of color. I know we added English language learners in here. I appreciate you taking that feedback, but also want to know about how our Black students and our Latinx students are faring within our district. The city of Durham, the council had a presentation recently about youth crime and how that is on the rise in our community, and that intersects with our schools so much, right? So I just think about how we're working to improve instruction and graduation rates, and how that is also collaboratively thinking about how we keep our young folks engaged. So I'm looking forward to learning about what you hear, and also the changes and shifts that you want to make, and look forward to being a partner with you in how we do that work.
Thank you so much for that feedback. And we will also look, there's a lot of intersectionality with some of our data that we could do a better job of explicitly spelling out. And so, for example, our EC students, we have some EC students who are Black and EC students who are Hispanic. And so really acknowledging, naming, spelling out clearly, and just acknowledge the intersectionality with our student data.
Aspire.
Dr. Lewis, welcome to Durham. I think you see why this board was unanimous in our support for you and your skills. You are the leader willing to step into the challenge and beauty and equity-centered focus that Durham is, and the urgency that our students have, both some of which will be revealed in data and some will be revealed in joy of learning and enthusiasm and relationship building within the school community. So we're so happy to welcome you here and have your back. We have your back as you have started to meet some of our folks out in the community, and they will continue to reach out to you. I appreciate you listening to them. They all come with the same passion that we all have for our students who are our future. I love this on Goal 5. I've been zooming in to Cynthia Yancey's t-shirt on Goal 5 in the cafeteria at WG. And I love this image. Her shirt says, "Once in a while, someone amazing comes along, and here I am." And I can see you listening to her, engaging her, and asking her what she needs to feed children better. So thank you for the enthusiasm that you bring and that you will continue to bring as you lead in Durham. And welcome. We got your back.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, without any other questions or comments for Dr. Lewis's 100-day entry plan, we are now at the point where we're going to go into closed session.
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Byer to go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say aye. It passes unanimously, 7-0. We're now in closed session.
Yeah.
You lost your last one. You still in trouble.
We are now back in open session. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're asking the board to take action on the personnel report tonight.
Move approval of the personnel report dated August 22nd, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the personnel report stated August 22nd, 2024. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously. With that, we are adjourned.